Rage Drive. Sadistic combination.
Lights out! Not cool.
Okay.
Feels good. Sounds good. Not cool.
Okay. Okay.
No exceptions. Holy smokes. Badass. Holy smokes! Not cool.
Ooh, yeah.
Not cool. Not cool. Great. Great. Lights out. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Not cool. Great. Badass. You feel, give me. It's over. You feel, give me strength.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist tournament, Negan.
Holy smokes! Not cool. Not cool.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Not cool. Oh, my headache. Damn. Kazuya Mishima.
Round
Ooh,
one.
pink.
Fight.
Ooh, that electric.
KO.
Why can't I do it?
Two. Fight.
No exception.
Why am I jumping?
No exception.
Oh, what the heck happening? Oh!
KO.
What's going on?
Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight.
Not cool.
What's going on?
KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle.
Para si Minaranda.
Round one.
We're about to get wrecked. Oh, what the heck?
KO. Round two.
Come on, Negan.
Fight.
Oh, shoot.
KO.
supposedly down
Round 3.
3 and 4.
Fight.
Oh, the heck? That's fine. Alright.
You
We're
win.
getting wrecked.
Get ready for the next battle.
Some people close their eyes. Some people stay.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
Ah.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, that damage though.
KO.
Ain't nothing
Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. It's over.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
No exception. Shit.
KO. You win.
Thirsty.
I'll bet he doesn't want another round. Okay, that's fine. Right. Some people close their eyes. Some people's destiny passes by. Ooh, it's galahad. There are the nights holding you close.
Round 1.
Sunday.
Fight.
Not cool. It's over. Holy smokes.
KO.
Forget you
Round 2.
soon as my
Fight.
heart.
Not cool.
Great.
Someday
Round 3.
try to
Fight.
forget you.
KO.
Hello, what's up?
Round 4. Fight.
No exception. No exception.
You win.
Try to forget them soon as my heart stops breaking into pieces, fading. As soon as forever is true, I'll be over you.
No exception.
What the heck's going on?
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Holy moly. Rise too slow. Rise and shine. Oh man. He got it.
Round 3.
Someday
Fight.
I'll try to forget you.
Not cool. Not cool.
Oh man.
Round 4.
It's gonna be it. Holy. What the heck? Why did...
You
Alright,
lose.
that's fine.
Get ready for the next battle.
Soon as...
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Don't have the proper poking game. He's dead.
Great. Round 3. Fight.
What the heck? That was supposed to be a well-standing 1-2. Yeah. How many?
Lights out. Not cool.
Great.
So
Round
many
4.
questions.
Fight.
Ah, crap. There was a running through.
No exception.
Nope.
KO.
Lucille.
You win.
Buddy. You still there?
Buddy.
Ready for the next battle.
You still there? So many questions, but the answers are so few. I love you. It's in your pants
Round
yet?
one. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh. Holy moly. Oh crap.
KO. Round two. Fight.
What the heck is going on with the wall standing? It's too slow.
KO.
Awesome on
Round
stream.
three. Fight.
Not cool.
God damn.
Feels good.
Sounds good.
Great. You lose. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Pissing our pants yet?
Round one.
Listen up. Ooh.
Fight.
Ooh. This isn't the ball. You're gonna need. Stranger Things.
KO.
T
Round 3.
R
Fight.
A N G E
KO.
after the E R,
Round 4.
then space I N
KO.
G S.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, he's got one. Oh,
KO. You lose.
I hope he's not going. Oh, come on. Oh, that's fine. That's good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Some people close their eyes. Some people's destiny passes by.
Pissing our pants yet?
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
That's nice. Oh, shoot. Ah, man. What's happened? What's happening to my forward?
KO. Round
What happened
3.
to my forward?
Fight.
Oh. Whoa.
No exception.
KO.
So
Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
Ooh. You're gonna regret that.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Holy moly.
Easy peasy
Lemon squeezy.
over.
Go back.
You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2.
Girl, giving me so many times love looks good. Girl, love it.
Cool.
Since a man who's great.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, doesn't work.
KO.
I missed.
Round 4.
It's great.
Fight.
I go crazy. Baby,
You lose.
turn it on, then you're gone. Yeah, you drive me crazy, crazy.
Get ready for the next battle.
There's no more Pringles. There's no more Doritos. Just eat the. Hang on, I'll check after this one, alright? Hey, remove your jumper. Alright, remove your jumper.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
How am I doing? Holy moly!
KO.
Turn it on.
Round 2. Fight.
Tell me what's going on. Oh, what happened to my forward? It doesn't wanna.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Ooh. Oh.
You lose.
way back.
Get ready for the next battle.
Pissing our pants yet?
Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
What happened? What the heck is going on?
Easy lemon squeeze.
Round 3.
I'm on
Fight.
the motion. What the heck? Oh, what the heck? What's wrong with my forward?
It's KO.
What's wrong with my forward?
You lose.
Why don't I win? Ah, what's wrong with the forward?
New challenger.
Feels good.
Sounds good.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
I think this stick is giving up. It's giving up. Doesn't respond. Why?
Round 1.
Oh, it's
Fight.
second tag. Ooh, that's nice. Ah, crap.
KO.
It's too buggy.
Round 2.
Oh, crap. Why am having 3 bars when I only filtered it 4 bars and up? This is my last resort. Anyway. Suffocation, murder, beating.
challenger.
Oh, come on.
No exceptions.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Situation, no beating. Rolling, 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 shit. Rolling, 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 talk shit.
لا أريد إتاعة لكن سأقاتلك.
Round 1. Fight.
No exceptions.
Not cool.
Great.
Not cool.
Oh, what the heck?
Badass. Holy smoke.
Holy smoke.
KO. Round 2.
What?
Fight.
Not cool.
Shit. Shit.
KO.
Badass.
Round 3.
That
Fight. KO. Round 4.
holy moly. Oh, what happened?
KO.
لن أستسلم أبدا.
Got so many errors.
Get ready.
Muscle's not working yet. Muscle memory does not work.
sleepy. لا أريد إتاعة.
Round 1. Fight.
Holy smoke!
Oh, what?
Shit! Boom! Shit! Holy smoke!
Great. Round 2. Fight.
That's nice. Doesn't know how to combo thing.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. It's over.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
What the heck?
No exception.
سأقضي عليك. انتهى أمرك.
And you're dead.
Strength.
Punish.
Taken like a champ.
Oh my goodness.
You win.
Buddy. You still there?
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, my head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
No.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, what the? Why?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
You're trying to grab me. Huh? Oh. Here's my grab.
Easy lemon squeeze. Badass. Damn. Badass.
No.
Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh.
No exception. No exception. Badass.
Great.
Still.
لن أستسلم أبدا.
head.
Ready for the next battle.
What's going on with the stream? Why is my head's gonna pop?
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Great. Round 3. Fight. You win.
Yo, what's up? Expert here, expert.
Get ready for the next battle.
Nah, I don't know how to use Panda yet, man. I don't use Panda, and I don't know his moves yet. But yeah, welcome to the stream and thanks for dropping by, man.
Round 1. Fight.
How you doing, bro?
KO. Round 2.
Oh, he's still in the promotion.
Fight.
Not cool.
That hurts.
Perfect. Round 3.
Awesome, huh?
Fight.
You've been playing. Do you play Tekken? Oh. Oh, crap. Oh, that's nice. Didn't know that.
Great.
Oh,
Round 4.
what character do you use? what's happened to my forward, man. Oh crap. Oh man, that's hard to beat. Even Nee is afraid of Akuma, you know. If you saw that if you saw that tweet from Nee, he's so afraid of Akuma right now. And I respect that. Akuma is pretty hard. He's not that easy to use. He's not that easy to defend as well.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
No exception.
Oh. What's happened to my side of that? Oh crap, what's happened to my forward? No! Oh, okay. What do you mean you're top streamer for Tekken? Right now?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Really? I didn't know that.
Easy peasy.
Oh, really? How do you know that? Oh crap.
KO. Round 4.
How do you know if you're one of the top streamer right now? Oh. Oh crap. That's nice. That's nice. Oh crap. Well, I guess I only have you as my viewer right now. But yeah, thanks for that.
Get ready for the next battle.
I usually stream with other games as well. It's just that I mostly play with Tekken and PUBG and Call of Duty, like lately. And I used to stream with Katarina as well. I mean, right now I'm just streaming Negan for now. Feels like. What the heck happened to my I gotta do better. Hard. hard. I don't know how to.
KO.
I'm not.
Round 2.
I don't know
Fight.
the.
No exception.
What's that? Oh, it's lagging. Sorry. Smoke.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
I just started streaming in Mixer. I mostly stream on Facebook and Twitch, but I only have few followers. That's why. Oh, what's happened? Yeah.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
What's going on with my back? Not damage though.
It's over. Not cool. It's over.
KO.
How about you? You've been streaming in Mixer, right? Like
Fight.
for longer than me. I just recently started, like I think this month. I thought that was a counter strike. Really don't know what's going on. So hard to beat this guy. I'll definitely follow you out if you're streaming longer than me. I'll definitely follow you.
For the next battle.
I've had some like 3 followers, and like they shared my stream, and that's why I've got like 6 of them right at the moment. It's a problem. Ooh, what? Oh! That was a terrible thing to do.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, what the heck?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Like I think there was my first 3 streamer, and there was one guy who hosted my stream in Twitch. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to set up my alerts yet. That's why I didn't know. And I'm fairly new to streaming, really. What's going on with Negan?
KO.
أنا لست سعيدا بهذا النصر.
That's the reason why I got 6 followers, and in fact I got 20 followers in
For the next
Twitch because of them. And there was this guy who called his friends and asked them to follow. But before that, it's very quiet on my channel, and I don't usually talk. That is why.
round 1. Fight.
What happened?
Not cool.
What's happened with my stick?
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3.
Yeah. But lately I just found out that the more you talk, the more you get your viewers get to know more about you, and the more you interact with them, the more you get the more topics you'll get.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool. Not cool.
What happened to my sidestep? Yeah. Oh, that's nice. You draw again. Yeah. Yeah, it's the monster from Stranger Things, right? Yeah, that's the monster from Stranger Things.
Fight.
Shadow monster, right? How about you, bro? Do you usually talk on your stream? Mike is just talking to me right now. He was.
It's over.
What's going on?
Not cool.
KO. You win.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Daddy,
Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
this house got crashed.
Yeah. Come on. Let me show it to the camera.
And this is a crashing airplane. It's
Yeah.
crashing down.
Yeah.
Another one. There's another
Mikey was
one.
just talking about his drawing right here.
Stranger Things.
You just draw the monster from the Stranger Things.
لا أريد.
Round 1.
Daddy,
Fight.
Yeah.
Perfect. Round 2.
Oh, nice.
Fight.
going on? Ooh.
KO.
Well,
Round
I'm from Philippines, but right now I'm in the UK right now. What's going on with this such stuff right here? How about you, bro? Where you from? Oh, this guy's got me on. Yeah, let me grab you.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
KO.
Oh, Houston.
Round 4.
Houston, Texas. What's going on?
KO.
لن يستسلم أبدا.
I have never been in the US. Hopefully, by the end of my wife's assignment here in the UK, we could maybe visit the US. How's the weather in your area?
Round 1.
In my area, it's
Fight.
beginning to feel cool, really cold now. What's going on with my side step? Ooh, that cancel. Oh, did they just change that move from Negan? Because, like season 2, I always use that move.
Round 2. Fight.
Holy moly! It's beginning to feel really cold in the UK, bro.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
I think my fight stick is giving up. I can't. What's going on with my forward? Oh, really? They changed that as well. You can see Negan's got lots of major changes. Alright, me.
KO.
Easy peasy lemon
Round
squeeze.
4. Fight.
Not cool. Not cool.
Oh crap.
أقضي عليك. انتهى أمرك.
Oh man, it's like my head's gonna burst.
Great. Final round.
Oh shit.
Fight.
Not cool.
Oh man. Oh, why did I jump?
Not cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Really? What's going on with my side step with that? I'm gonna regret that.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
KO.
Well, I mean, whether you some critical here, so no money, we
لن
got
يستسلم
better.
أبدا.
But if we get lucky, we get some food. Well, yeah, here in the UK, it's starting to get cold, to feel cold. But back in the Philippines, if it is not too warm, it's gonna be rainy.
Round 1. Fight.
What's going on? You don't do that as well. Oh, they also nerfed that. You got lots of...
KO. Round 2.
Oh, thank you so much for following, bro.
No exception.
I'll make sure I'm gonna do the same.
No exception. No exception.
What's going on with my knee again?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh crap. Why are we... I'm really trying to think my fight stick is giving up on me now. They dropped that as well.
Round
Let's-
4. Fight.
Although I'm just using a very cheap fight stick. So I don't blame it's going to give up on me. Feels like so it's not responsive at all.
KO.
لن أستسلم أبدا.
Okay, it's like
Get ready for the next battle.
yo, what's up, Slyax? Welcome to the stream. Say hi to Here Expert.
لا أريد.
Oh, I'm on a demotion again. My crap.
Exception. No.
What the heck is going on? What the heck?
It's over.
KO. 2. Fight.
How you doing, man? What the? No! What's going on?
No exception.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Yeah? Watch out for mommy. Mommy's here? Oh, really? Oh, crap. How you doing, Slyax?
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
That is why. So, the game crashed because of the new update from the stream. Maybe that's the reason why it feels like it's so unresponsive on my side. The heck would... Hopefully that was just the reason why it's so it feels unresponsive on my side. Because there was an update from the Steam and the game crashed. Yeah, I'm fine, man. I'm just a little bit of having a headache right here. And the muscle memories from Negan is not working. So let's just restart attacking. Look, well, I got a new follower here. It's here expert. Oh man. I'm just trying to use Negan again. The previous online battle was not completed properly. Please note that the penalty will be imposed for disconnecting. Oh man, I didn't do that. The game crashed. Will be imposed for disconnecting or defaulting a battle. What the heck? So they imposed a penalty on me when the game crashed.
Tournament 7.
How's that? Well, yeah, I guess that's fair enough because most rage quitters just exit the game when they're about to get loose. Yeah, I think that was about it. Feels like it's more responsive right now.
New challenger.
No, I ate it.
challenger.
Oh, it's this one here, expert. I mean, I've been using this one. It's just the board was broken. The motherboard was busted, so I had to replace it with a 10 pounds generic motherboard from Amazon. So in a sense, it's kind of cheap fight stick. Well, the buttons are still the same, and the lever is only the motherboard is the cheap one. It's like it costs 10 pounds.
Round 1.
I'm on a demotion again.
Not cool.
Oh, what the heck? Ooh, that's nice.
KO.
I guess I'm gonna get demoted now.
Round 2. Fight.
So slow. Why did I? It doesn't matter.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
What the heck? What's going on with Negan? These combos are the most reliable combos. Supposedly the most reliable combos because it's gonna hit wherever he is. Oh crap.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
How the what? Okay. I don't know. Oh, they nerfed that as well.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
I guess this he doesn't know how to do it.
See,
You win.
thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
Ha? Unya nako. Yeah, it was. It's just I think I feel like they nerfed so much of Negan this season. I usually connect those combos back in season 2 or season 1, I guess. But right now it's failing.
New challenger.
He thought that he was gonna demote me.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, this is gonna be hard. King. Is that a Wolverine in his profile? Yeah, that's a Wolverine. Really? That is why. That explains why. Back in the previous seasons, I used to connect those combos.
Round
Oh, I'm
one.
still under the motion. Oh,
Fight.
it's gonna be. Nope.
Lights out. Better.
Oh crap.
Not cool.
Oh, he knows. Let's try another one. Ah, he doesn't know it.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Not cool.
Yo. Oh, what? Ooh. Ooh. No.
KO. Round three.
Oh, that's the reason why every time I use Katarina, there. So there was a big changes in season 3, but really. This one. See? Ooh. Oh, glad it connect.
KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle.
Most of my matches are in these stage, which I don't really like. This stage, it's so dark and it's so red.
Round one. Fight.
That's counter hit. Right now, I don't really know Negan's counter hit. That's nice.
No exception. It's over.
KO.
No exception.
Fight.
Not cool.
Oh. He doesn't know what it is. Oh, what the heck? That is the problem with holding the 2. It's so punishable.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Ooh. Oh no. Oh man. Ooh. It's my turn.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze. peasy lemon squeezy.
KO.
Easy
Round
peasy
four.
lemon squeezy.
Fight.
Boom. Badass. Great. Pow. Badass. Great.
Oh crap.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
KO. You win.
Buddy. You still there?
I always forget about if at the moment when the opponent has the rage is on already.
New challenger.
That's why even if the rage is on, I keep going.
New challenger.
Oh,
Not cool.
oh.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, I don't know his moves as well. I think most of the characters at this stage right now, grabbing at the rage stage, they don't usually do that because most of the players that are on this level, they only do rage grab when you're
Round one. Fight.
about to do a combo. Now, is that a green hornet thing? I really hate LOL. I thought I'm gonna win.
Round two. Fight.
Where is it going? I think the only players that don't do rage grab are those on the higher level. Doesn't want to stand out. Here, okay. Oh, what the heck?
KO. Round three. Fight.
Not cool. It's over.
That's the problem if you don't want to stand up on Negan
Fight.
when you're near the wall.
Not cool.
Oh crap.
My
Final
goodness.
round. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, he didn't punish that. What the heck?
KO.
Oh, that was a...
You lose.
Why does everybody doesn't want to fight Negan? I always get... I mean, most of my online match with Negan, they don't want to have a rematch. I don't know why.
Not cool.
New challenger.
That's why I stopped using Negan, because
Get ready for the next battle.
most of the match they don't really do a rematch. Even if I do lose the first match, they don't. Most people doesn't want to go against Negan. It's like I rarely encounter guys that like do a rematch like 2, 3, or 5 times. Most of them, they don't do a rematch on Negan, even if they know that my Negan is not that good. That's why I stopped using
Round
Negan.
one. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, what? I hate that. I hate that.
KO. Round 2.
Devilish.
Fight.
Not cool. Not cool.
Oh,
No exception.
Not cool.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
No exception.
It's over.
yeah. Oh, miss. That's dead.
KO. Round 4.
A lack of poking combinations for you. You don't want to stand.
Great.
Oh, hang on. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Oh, it's a number 20. Yeah. 2 minutes. Alright. Alright, see you later. Alright, thank you. The guy that is gonna buy my wireless. I know it's gonna do it. It's here, so yep.
Buddy. You
Yeah?
still there?
Get ready for the next battle.
Uh-huh.
This is from Stranger Things.
Never thought I'm gonna win that match, you know.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Ooh. What the heck? Ikimasu.
Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. Not cool.
This guy.
Lights out. Better.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Just so sad that I don't have other launchers with Negan.
KO.
Alright,
Final
I'll be
round.
back. I'll just give this headset.
Fight. Perfect. You lose.
相入れない運命なんです。
back. Sorry, I just sold my. It's a good thing we have Facebook Marketplace. I just sold my unused TWS. So you're still there?
No exception.
Oh, what are the other? Oh, I think this is a counter hit.
New challenger.
It feels like my head's gonna burst.
No.
Get ready for the next battle.
So I just sold my wireless earphones. It's like I ordered one from Amazon and the seller sent me another 10 of them. Yo, what's up? Glad you're still there, man. Oh, this guy's a usurper. He only got 123 wins and he's already a usurper. This is gonna be hard.
Round 1.
I like this stage.
Feels good.
Sounds good. Oh no.
Not KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
What happened to my sidestep?
Round 3.
I'm on PC. I used to play on my PS4 before, like last year. It's just that when my PS Plus subscription got ended, I just didn't renew it and just get a PC instead. Ooh, he got me in those.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
What's going on? That's so scary. So punishable. Oh crap.
Perfect.
To be honest, I really wanted this game to have a crossplay, because I think there's no reason for them not to crossplay this game. I mean, it's not like FPS game who PC players will always have advantage because of the aim, but arcade games should have, I mean, fighting games should have crossplay between consoles and PC, you know. Just imagine how many users will it be able to come and crossplay with them. See, nobody wants a rematch with Negan. That's why I hate using him.
New challenger. Get ready.
Why I wanted a rematch is that because I'm the type of player who wants, I mean, who who wants to know your moves first
Guys,
before
there's
being able to
seats.
defeat you.
There's seats.
I'm not the kind of player that just
3,
is really good
2, 1.
at the first match. I wanted to see the moves first. I wanted to see your habits,
Wow, it's crazy.
just for me to be able to defend myself.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, it's not Katarina. Woo. You're dead.
KO. Round 2.
Gotta be aggressive.
Fight.
Not cool.
Why is my sidesteps going there?
Robot. It's a robot. I need
Oh, what?
KO.
I moved.
Round 3. Fight.
Shit!
Not cool.
Oh, me. I missed.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
What's happened to my...
Great! Shit! Pow! Boom! Pow! Pow!
KO.
That's a cancel.
See,
You win.
thirsty.
my blood.
Hush.
She is a vampire bat.
And she's never gonna do a rematch. That's why I hate Negan. I'm probably gonna switch to Katarina. Right, one more match for Negan. If this guy doesn't won't go a rematch, then I'm gonna switch to Katarina. My Negan isn't that strong. In fact, I don't know.
New challenger.
Like it's like I only have
Whoa, 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 whoa.
one launcher that I know of.
New challenger. Get ready for the next
If
battle.
this guy doesn't want a rematch, then I'm gonna switch to either Katarina or Lars.
Can I take my son?
How's that?
No, no, this is my son.
Crimson Rain.
He bites you. He bites you.
I would really want to use Akuma, but it's just so hard for me to use Akuma with his jumping 4, I guess.
Round 1.
I'm not really comfortable using Akuma.
Shit! Boom! Pow!
Ah, didn't reach. Oh, what? Ah, he just grabbed me. I want to grab as well.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
I don't want to be grabbed. Ah, he knows it.
Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh. I'm gonna grab you as well, you know.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
KO.
That's the thing is,
Round 3.
if my opponent grab me,
Fight.
definitely I'm gonna grab them as well. So
Easy
I'm gonna expect that he will gonna grab me after this. Oh crap. It's 1, 2.
Not cool.
What the heck? What the heck with these Mishimos? He doesn't grab me. Oh crap.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
Ooh. Oh, that's twice already. Right, let me show you my grab.
Easy lemon squeeze.
And here's another one. Okay.
Not cool.
Ah, he grabs.
Final round. Fight.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
That's what you get.
Not cool.
I don't really hate these grab. You just gotta wait there.
It's over.
You're gonna go. Oh man. Why did I jump? I hope it's gonna do a rematch. Oh yeah. What's up, Nani? Welcome to the stream.
For the next battle.
How you doing today, bro? I was kind of lonely last stream, you know. Say hi to Here Expert. He's my new follower right now.
Round 1. Fight.
Sly X and new expert is here. Oh, he's on a promotion. Prince, not too much. Ooh, what the heck? I was just standing there. Feel like
KO. Round
I don't have any more.
Fight.
Oh crap. Really? These guys keeps grabbing me.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh really? Oh, that electric.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I'm good, Nani. It's just it's been feeling really cold here in the UK right now. It's beginning to feel cold.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
I really hate opponents like this who just kind of wait. You don't want to stand up. You don't want to stand up. You don't want to stand up.
KO.
You don't want to stand up on Negan. You're gonna end up like that.
KO. Round 3.
Really? I guess this guy gonna quit after this.
Perfect.
I guess he's gonna quit after this. He doesn't want a rematch after this one.
She is a vampire.
Let's just
bat.
see. Oh,
Get ready
Oh.
for the next battle.
I like this guy. Oh, how was it, bro? How was it? Are you playing it on PC? Oh, that's not a problem, bro. I keep seeing everyone playing it on PC. Because I think it's I mean I think it's PC, right? They just released it on PC. I'm not really sure if I'm gonna buy it because I'm not sure if my laptop can handle it.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
KO.
Like that.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, I hate that. What?
Not cool.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
KO.
See,
You win.
thirsty. She
Really?
Get ready for the next battle.
And there's also one reason I don't think I'm gonna buy it because even The Witcher 3. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I like the game so much. It's just that games that are so long. I mean, get lots of quests.
Fight.
I'm not really keen of playing so many quests. Just like The Witcher 3.
no exception.
Oh, what's going on with my side steps?
KO.
I'm glad it worked out for you, man.
Fight.
Not cool. No exception.
That thing is probably figure out what I'm doing. Yeah. I moved.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. He knows.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, what the heck?
No exception. No exception.
What the heck?
Not cool.
Here it goes again.
Great. Get ready for the next.
But you know what? I heard. I read a post from Facebook that it was not really that optimized for PC, but it was really good. No problem here, expert. See you soon. See you soon. I'm gonna drop a follow on you as well after this one.
I hope you got your shitting pants on.
And thanks for dropping by, man. I appreciate it.
Not cool.
Oh crap.
KO.
Easy peasy lemon
Round
squeeze.
2.
Yeah, see you soon. See you soon, bro. Yeah, these guys you like grabbing ass. How do I escape from those? Up until now, I don't really know how to escape grabs.
Fight.
Missed. Oh, crap.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
Can't really escape that.
KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win. Get ready for the
Seriously?
battle.
No, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have the patch. It's really easy to patch for them. I mean, it's really easy for them to drop a patch for PC. No wonder Death Stranding is coming out on PC as well, because most of the games that are exclusive from PS4, they're gonna come out on PC sooner.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, that's a counter hit. I really hate that grab. How?
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ooh. What was? Oh, come on. Just...
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Piecing your pants yet? Ooh. That was so far already.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
He knows. So weak. What the heck?
It's over.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Great. Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
KO. You win.
Yeah, they should do.
Buddy.
That's pretty much
Still
expected
there.
since it's been ported to PC. How much more if they can port it on a Nintendo Switch, you know? Just like what happened to The Witcher 3.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2.
My head's
Fight.
Oh, no exception. My no exception gone wrong. Oh, what?
It's over.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
No exceptions. Boom.
Really?
No exceptions.
Oh, man. What the heck?
KO. Round 4.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Fight.
Not cool. Not cool. Not cool.
KO. Final.
How about Tekken 7 on a Nintendo Switch? Would you reckon that? For me, I would like this Tekken 7 on my Nintendo Switch.
No
What the heck? You're dead. What? Yeah, that would be epic.
buddy.
It's just like the Tekken 6 on the PSP. That was so epic.
Why aren't you doing exercise? Or playing games?
I say there's no reason why they can't port this on Nintendo Switch if they really wanted to.
Round 1. Fight.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze. Wait.
What happened to my wall standing?
No exception.
What happened to my side step?
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, missed that.
Not cool.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
I know he wanted to get grabbed.
Holy smoke!
You forgot I've got those moves. Oh, what?
KO.
What happened?
Final round. Fight.
What the heck happened?
Easy peasy lemon squeeze. Badass.
KO.
Okay, can you give me something to eat? Anything to eat.
Dami, food sa kitchen.
Get ready for the next battle.
Biskuit. Katoy mong biskuit. Kana na lang.
Ubus na to eh.
Okay lang. Just need something to eat.
Pagluto na kasi. Lang to, gahapon sa'yo muna nga oh.
I hope you got your shitting pants on.
Round 1. Fight.
I knew it. That was so...
Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh.
It's over.
I missed.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Perfect. Get ready for the next battle.
Feel like I needed something to eat.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
They got me there.
Round 3. Fight.
No! I cancel that. What the heck?
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Whoop.
It's over.
It just dropped it.
You lose.
Like this guy.
Get ready for the next battle.
It's so nice when you meet someone who want to stay for a rematch.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
What? Range.
No exception.
KO. Round 2.
Done the move.
Fight.
It's starting to grab again. Ah.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
No, it's a Negan. What the heck am I doing? Ooh, la.
KO.
I missed.
You lose.
Oh man.
Ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Seriously, you grabbed me.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
happened to my while standing? Nah. That wouldn't work on Kazuya.
Fight.
There we go.
Perfect. Round
Oh,
4.
it's already got 4 wins.
Fight.
It's becoming more aggressive. I guess because he already figured out my play. Oh, why did I jump?
You lose.
I need to go.
For the next
I need to move. Time is it? It's already 7.
Round 1.
I was in a promotion now.
Fight.
Why can't I?
No exception.
Oh, it's so.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
No exception.
What? Oh, what the heck?
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
What happened to my down forward? Guess you wanted to grab me again. Yeah,
KO.
it's pretty hard.
You lose.
Let's do another. Ah, all right. I like this dude.
Get ready for the next battle.
Have you? I mean, Nani, have you finished the Red Dead already on the PC?
Round 1.
So we got 6 wins.
Please smoke.
KO. Round 2.
It hurts.
Fight.
Not cool.
Oh crap, it's so slow now.
No exception.
It's over.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
What the going on with those?
KO.
I missed. I drop it and he dropped it as well.
Fight.
Not cool.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
What happened to my sidestep?
Great. You win.
Buddy. You still there?
Get ready for the next battle.
Have you finished Red Dead already on the PC? I was just asking you if you already finished Red Dead.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, crap.
KO. Round 3.
Yeah, I bet that.
Fight. KO.
Missed.
Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
What's going on with Negan?
KO. Final round. Fight.
Oh, what the heck? Why did I jump?
KO.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle.
Did you drink? I didn't see you drink water. You were eating lots of cookies.
I hope you got your shitting pants on.
I hope you got your
Round
shit
one.
pants on.
Fight.
Knew it.
KO.
I can.
Round 2. Fight.
So fast. What the? Oh!
KO. Round fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Holy smokes!
What the?
KO. Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
It's over.
KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle.
How do you like it so far, Nani? Is it not boring to play that game? I mean, I haven't really paid attention to it, but most of the gameplay that I'm watching on YouTube feels like a boring game.
Who are you?
I don't really know about the story,
Round
even though
one.
Red Dead Redemption 1,
Fight.
I really haven't played it yet.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Holy smokes!
What happened to my sidestep?
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round
There's
4.
no.
Fight.
Really hate this.
KO.
Can't let go of the grab.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle.
Is someone driving a boat? I didn't know there's pirates in there. Oh shit.
Round 1. Fight.
So what the? He
KO.
doesn't know how to use the devil.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, what?
Round 3. Fight.
Right.
KO.
Happened to my while standing.
Round 4. Fight.
Holy smoke!
KO. Get ready for the next battle.
Quite hungry. I'm gonna probably
Round
take my dinner now, Nani.
fight.
What the?
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Yeah. How about the multiplier? What the heck? How about the multiplier, bro?
KO. Round 3.
Have you tried the multiplier already? Why did I do that?
It's over.
Forgot.
Round 4. Fight.
Holy smoke!
Ah, why did I jump?
Final round. Fight.
What the happened?
KO.
Stupid mistake.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh man,
Round 1.
so hungry.
Fight.
Happened to my... What? It was already in the back.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
Great. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Nose. One more.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
What the heck?
KO. Round 4.
Man.
Fight.
Seriously. He's grabbing again. Seriously, this guy.
KO. You lose.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle.
Going.
Round 1. Fight.
What the heck? What's going on?
KO. Round 2.
He's a fan of grabbing.
Fight.
Exception.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
No exception.
What?
No exception.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
He doesn't know how to use this. What the heck?
KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
So slow.
Round 4. Fight.
What happened to my well standing?
It's over. Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
Oh, what the heck? How?
KO.
Alright.
Final
Fine.
round. Fight.
Guess Kazu is faster.
You
I lost it.
話にならんな。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool. Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Counter hit.
No exception.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Ah, okay.
It's over.
Oh, what?
Oh my goodness.
You win.
Thirsty. She is.
Get ready ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Not cool.
Kickbox.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, what? What's happened to my side steps?
Round three. Fight. Perfect. Round four. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
No exception.
Perfect. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight.
Lights out. Better.
Not cool.
Great. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Perfect. Round 4. Fight.
So much for the grab.
KO. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
KO. Final round. Fight.
What happened?
You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
No exceptions.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
No exceptions.
Not cool.
What the heck?
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not that one. This one.
KO. You lose.
It's getting wrecked.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round
Nose.
3. Fight.
Not cool.
What the heck?
No exception.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh.
KO. You lose.
Right. He's gonna try. Oh crap. He's done. Couldn't even defeat him. Couldn't even beat him. I'm gonna have to try Katarina now. My head's underwater.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Katarina Alves.
Ah. Oh.
Yeah.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Let's have a few rounds of Katarina. I got bored with Negan. Gonna have a few rounds of Katarina before I take my dinner.
Going some.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah.
KO.
Wrong move.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh yeah.
KO.
Why do I? Okay, that's fine.
Round 3. Fight.
Why did I do that?
You lose.
Goodbye.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hey, Nani, are you still there, Nani? I'm gonna have to take my dinner, like,
Fight.
probably a few rounds. Just gonna do the washing for Katarina. I got bored with Negan, man.
KO.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take my dinner.
Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Ooh, that hurts.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
What the heck?
KO. Final round. Fight.
Oh, I forgot. Ah, he knows.
KO.
He knows it already.
You lose.
That is why he's a Gen. What was her
Get ready for the next
rank? Genbu.
Going.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, I should have countered that. Oh, it's a Byaku.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Knows it.
KO.
not really feeling me well.
Round 3. Fight.
What are you doing?
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
I can't pull you off. You're so much heavy.
Get ready for the next battle.
How can I help you? You won't help yourself.
Prince, what do you want to eat?
What do you want to eat? Ow.
Spam again? How about steak? But we already had spam yesterday.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2.
Careful.
Fight.
No, I'm teasing.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO.
Be careful.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, that's nice, Gary. That was a miss.
KO.
Goodbye.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Careful there, Prince. What?
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, what happened to that? Ah,
KO.
why did it
Round
stop?
3. Fight.
Ah.
KO.
Oh man, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
Get ready for the next
I'm
battle.
really not doing it.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, what?
Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
Ah, he knows it already. Oh crap, what happened?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Oh, what the? Wait. Why I always keep dropping the combo?
KO. Round 4.
Hey, be careful there.
Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Oh,
KO.
hard to
You
predict.
lose.
It's done is
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Oh, what happened? Ah, crap. I moved.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Holy moly.
Great. Round three. Fight.
Ah.
KO.
I used to play with Nina.
Fight.
What?
KO.
What's done is done.
Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa.
Round one. Fight.
What the heck? That was nice.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Ah.
KO.
Can delay.
Round three. Fight.
Holy moly, what happened? It's supposed to be like that.
KO. Round four. Fight.
Oh, wait.
KO.
Feels so slow now.
What's done is done.
Get ready for the next battle.
Desculpa, mas você vai ter que morrer.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Holy.
KO.
Yes, that was
Final
so.
round. Fight.
Oh. Why did I jump? Oh, what? What the?
KO. You lose.
What's done is done.
That was so broken.
Get ready for the next battle.
She can grab. Well, I didn't realize she can grab. Even if those, even if I think I was still on the ground. What's this?
Round 1. Fight.
Is this me? Yeah, that's me.
KO.
It's on a Biako
two.
motion.
Fight.
Ah, wait. Wait, what? What? What's going on? Oh.
KO.
Yeah, just a grab.
Round 3. Fight.
Congratulations.
Goodbye.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ah. What the heck?
KO.
Not really feeling it.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. What the?
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh. Wait. Hmm. Holy.
What's done is done.
Get ready for the next battle.
What is done is done.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh crap. Why does it? Why keeps doing that? Oh, what?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Oh crap. Holy moly.
KO.
My hands not sync.
Fight.
What the?
KO. Final round. Fight.
Just got a nice wall combo. Oh the heck?
KO. You lose.
Hey Nani.
What's done is done.
This is probably the last round for tonight. I'm gonna have to take a dinner and I'm not really feeling the game right now. Just I'm not really feeling well. Combos are really off. Oh, hi. Oh, is this you, Asteria?
Round one.
You've been really good, man. It's pretty hard to defeat. Thanks for following, man. I'm having trouble here, you know. Oh crap. Ooh.
KO.
I'm having trouble here, man. You're giving me trouble.
Fight.
Oh.
KO. Round three. Fight.
Ooh. Oh no. Ah!
KO.
I thought I was dead. I thought I was dead.
Fight.
No.
KO.
Ah, finally.
You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
I guess because it was you were already watching me. I felt like I must win this game because you're already watching me. Yeah, but to be honest, I'm really having trouble with your Nina, man.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
KO.
But like I need to win this.
Fight.
Ouch. Really hate that. Oh man. You drop it. Oh crap.
KO. Round three. Fight.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
KO.
I'm really getting hyped.
Round four. Fight.
Oh crap. Oh,
Great.
I was like, I don't know what to do about that.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, moly.
You win.
Man, I'm getting hyped here.
Está me dando sono.
How am I beating you right now? When the previous rounds, I was just like,
Ready for the next battle.
don't take it easy on me, man. I know you're taking it easy on me. No, I suppose you're just taking easy on me, so that I won't quit on the game.
Deixa eu te.
Round one. Fight.
Now you're talking.
Perfect. Round two. Fight.
Oh. Oh. Why? No. Look at those damage.
KO. Round three.
I'm gonna have to try my best now. Oh. No.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Ooh, that hurts. Oh,
KO.
that hurts.
You lose.
I knew it. I knew it.
Get ready for the next battle.
I knew it. Yeah. Most people do. It's not only when it's not only you. I mean, it's like that's my trump card.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, that wall carry. Oh, what? What happened to that?
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
What the heck? Ouch!
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh, what the? That button. Oh. I thought you were gonna stand.
You lose.
What's done is done.
Get ready for the next battle.
I thought you were gonna stand. That was my chance, you know.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh crap. Oh no.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
No. That wall carry. Now you know.
KO. Round 3.
Yeah.
Fight.
Oh, what? Oh.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh crap, what happened? Oh, what?
KO.
Oh no!
You lose.
What's done is done.
You're really giving me a hard time here, you know? But I like it. It was like, I was like, yeah, because I needed to know your moves.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh crap, I missed.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
After this one.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh crap, I missed. Oh, what happened?
KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.
It's really nice to
Get ready for the
have a match like this, man. I'm quite enjoying it. I'm really enjoying it. This is going to this. Yeah, of course it is. I really wanna
round
stay with
1.
you, but my kid is hungry. I was supposed to have a dinner like few minutes ago, but since you're giving me so much hard time here. Oh! That was a reflex. Oh man. Nice. Ooh. Ooh.
KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Ah, miss. Oh crap. Oh, what am I doing? I knew it.
Round 4. Fight.
Didn't reach. Oh crap, that always get me. Oh crap. No. Did I win? Yeah, I win. One more.
Final round. Fight.
Oh crap. I should not use that move, you. It's like you already knew it. Ah no!
KO. You lose.
What's done is done.
Right. Yeah. I'm gonna have this is probably my last round for tonight, and thank you so much for giving me such a hard time. Yeah, please do. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab a dinner with my kid after this one. Please do add me
Round 1.
so that we can
Fight.
have a match. Oh crap, I knew it.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
That was my mistake.
KO. Round 3.
Yeah, it is.
Fight.
Oh. Oh, what the heck? No. Don't tell me this is gonna be a comeback. No. Alright. That always get me. That always get me.
Fight.
Yeah, it is. Nope. Oh. Oh, that was nice.
Final round. Fight.
There is really a comeback. You got me first. Oh crap. I gotta do.
You win.
I knew it.
Você está me dando sono.
Alright. GG, man. GG. I hope I'm gonna see you again next time. I'm gonna have to take my dinner now. How do I add you on them? How do I add you anyway? Is there a way I can just... Oh, yeah, I will. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to grab a dinner and have a nice evening with you both. Right, see ya. Nani, I'm gonna have to grab a dinner, and thanks for staying, and thanks for follow Asteria. See you again. See you soon. Alright, bye.